Okay. Pretty sure. Yep, we are. Uh, all right. So we didn't get everything. We got one out of the four things that we needed to get done yesterday done. Got designed the game HUD. I did some tweaking on it this morning. Not much. Didn't do game feel. It's going to take a bit. I have to do some research. So we're actually going to use day 5 to do some reading on Cinemachine. The alterations I need to make to my feel system to get it to work also work in the machine. I have an idea, but I don't like the solution, and it's going to involve some getting of components. I really dislike doing that, so I'm going to try to do a little bit of research and then find the most optimal path toward or modular, whichever one is easier. Um, Today is going to be very light, though. Hopefully, saying that we're going to have a difficulty curve system. Um, which probably means going to have object thinking, right? And then we're just going to spawn on a pattern. Score, I was really looking forward to getting this done. I think I'm going to go with a kind of Sonic the Hedgehog kind of thing, right? Or it may be that you just continue to rack up score over time, and then anytime you get into a score will by, by some. And then we just go back and polish them again. This is going to give us some leeway, get some of day 4 done. Not seeing much here. Like I knew once I saw, like writing this in, I didn't even notice it, but when I actually saw what was going on here, day 4 came along and I was doing where I realized, yeah, this is more than what I thought it was going. Like I saw this and thought, it's possible it wouldn't work. Then I realized, sorry, and I realized what this meant, uh, which is a huge thing in itself. This is designing another scene altogether, like the start menu, to try to fit all of that into for me. Um, so day 6 we have nothing. So day 5, day 6 are going to basically splitting up day 4 a little bit, right? And I think I can use some of day 6 to do a bit of research. By day 7, this should all be done. Is the is the hope. I should have already finished researching Cinemachine. This I'm not too worried about. Audio is audio, like we always. The system that I have is modular enough. Unity, to my knowledge, doesn't have like a audio system that I am using in a machine. Now, between, we have no actual that can be tweened right. Well, I mean, we could technically not doing anything that needs tweening right. You'll see what I've done now. I'll run the game so you get an idea of just like what I took care of. I just basically I filled in the rest of the UI stuff, and it's really not much. Okay, bigger. So you can see the distance traveled here. You can see the current gear that we're in here. This is up for each. This will reflect how far we are from our max. Not on that gear. Basically, how much gas right. Darn it! I glance down and glance back. Probably. Yeah. So I turned the angle down so you can do worked. So if there is an optimization, going to be adding LOD since wasn't my I didn't think to far down. It's just one. Could bring it back. Let's get to max speed. I can handle dodging. Feel that there is enough. entire point of max speed, really, even though I want to put it, I want to get it to a point where it feels like it's 50-50 RNG. I think right now, alternatively, where are we at? Oh yeah, this is definitely any this speed. And we're almost max. We're in 15th range. That was important. So technically, you're supposed to try to space. So you don't want to go all the way to you can handle it. So the way that the scoring system try to I try to have like objects that you touch get scored, I guess. And so touch these things. Actually, no, there's no objects you can. I think it's gonna be and live barriers, cars or get slowed down. So there's just a total if and yes, if you hit in car breaks down, then that yeah, now we're at max. Just a blur. Okay. Um everything looks like it's going kilometers looks like really acceleration is no brakes in it. It is what it is. Maybe we should change that. I was thinking that only a deceleration should probably go to I have ideas. I have ideas. Got thoughts. Hey, Roman, how are you, man? Oh, you're on Twitch also. You can watch whatever. I think that it's up to you. Twitch is usually just empty though. I get maybe one or two people over there, but it's up to you, whichever you're happier with. How are you doing anyway? I mean, you're a different kind of animal for sure. You're able to wake up. I cannot. I keep trying to streams, but I just fall asleep. I woke up and your stream was over. I looked at it. I was like, "What the heck?" I fell asleep and I didn't even realize. I'm usually up from about 4:30, 4 o'clock. You're up pretty much same duration. Streaming. I don't know if you're tired or not. I would be afraid of just falling. What do you think? You got to see? Were you here when I was playing through it? Well, testing it out. Yeah, but I mean, it's easier than editing a video. I think I've only edited video or two videos for this channel, and early editing, it was just more or less I had to deal with compression issues with it. Had nothing really putting in graphics or anything. I would say that that's a bit more effort than to stream. Uh, you have to like weigh things in. Like you have to focus on. I'm figuring it out. Still, it's still a thing. Um, so what do you think? Basically, today I'm working on game balance. Bring this back up. So today I'm working on game balance. Uh, so difficulty curve or system. So the difficulty curve is entirely based on the speed that you're going. Player controls by touching those boxes, they get speed. So the player themselves technically controls difficulty, but I can throw monkey wrench in by increasing or decreasing the amount of damaging obstacles that will be spawned every couple of seconds. Right? The score system, I was thinking that the longer that you go, the slower your score goes up, or rather, your score just goes up over time. But if you hit an obstacle, you lose. What do you think of that? I think that's a pretty solid mechanic. And then after that, it'll just store your. Also, I think on a Saturday, I'm gonna do a Let's Play stream. I mean, because I want to try out. So I want to go back and finish playing Smiling Misery. But I also want to try out your space shooter thing. So do you feel like it's up to snuff for being able to at least get like some time out of it when it The black hole game. Okay, there we go. So, um, yeah. So we use freedom units in this game also, or I can. Let me turn on. I haven't tested it out, so let's test out freedom units and see if they work. Game manager. I'm gonna just turn it on from here. The beautiful thing about global calls like this, I can literally turn it on from anywhere in my script that would call. Awesome. Um, so we're gonna tell it to use freedom. So let's see if freedom even works in this. I didn't test it out yet. It should work. Nick was saying yesterday that this is basically America the driving string sim. Like, come on, we're still. Oh wait, it already did it. No, 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 no. That's the default. Yep, there we go. Freedom units. Awesome. Let's see. So 1440 was the maximum for kilometers. Uh, oh, I should probably do like an initialize and populate all the entire area before the car with this stuff, so that way you don't have to wait this long. Or that was the feel thing. It's broken. That little stutter pause because you hit something with it, it's gonna check for stuff broken. I need to do research on cinema, get that to work, like camera shake and stuff like that. With if I just use the regular one, but it's all right. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, it feels real good seeing miles. Kilometers is you don't realize how oppressive using kilometers can be until you switch back to miles. It's definitely tyrannical. Yeah, he said that this was giving him he said it was giving him motion sickness. I'm not sure if you technically I should tell him that next time. Technically it shouldn't give him motion sickness. Car isn't moving. Okay. So I think the only thing left now is to add in the score. So the score is going to be Where should I put? I think I'm going to put the score over here on the top right because there's not really much happening over here, right? So I'm going to put the score over here, like your current score, and then we can have a toaster system come up. Guess like if you hit stuff, lets you know like if you minus your score, how much it minused it by, things like that. Come up over. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, this is good. Let's do that. No, that's not good. I think we're in a better place. I think this one is actually just grab the other color, but I'm so close to getting it. I think it's good to have it all. Okay. Speaking of, since we're here, change the. Okay, awesome. So let's go ahead and create a property for that. Okay. So then inside of if that inside of this, we will do. Where is it? Hmm. We're doing this wrong. Feel it. So what we want is update the current score. We don't want it to stack up. Okay, I think that's what I want. Right, so now whenever we set the distance, we just recalculate the current score, update the score over here. No, something is off. Hey, Nick. How are you doing, man? I'm not sure if Roman is actually here, dude. I think he's just lurking around. This is where I want to be, though. Well, maybe not actually. I take that back. I take that back. I would like to be at day 20 with this published. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I take it you like Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's. Oh, I'm not sure if you got to see. So this morning I finished some more of the UI. But we still have work to do. Today it's not too much. Like I by just doing this script, I basically finished one of my goals. We just need to hook in this part, but I'm looking at the math here, just trying to see if this is actually what I want. So I'm gonna just say what I want, and that'll help me. So we have the distance, and we want to increase the score based on the distance traveled. But we're going to subtract. Got it. I know exactly what I need. That's what I'm. That's what I was looking. So we take the distance traveled and just take the cumulative amount of changes, add that into it, and that's what we want. Awesome. Okay. Our scoring system is set up. Very nice. Um, and just so if you're interested in how it's done, so for like replay, like if I wanted to make this game so that way you could replay, like let's say I wanted to go back in time, instead of doing it this way, right? Let's say like I wanted to rewind something on like that. Instead of doing it this way, we would actually use the power of a dictionary. And every value that we're adding here would be time-stamped and then added back to that dictionary. And then if we wanted to do a rewind, we would have a method here for rewinding, and we would just iterate back through the dictionary based on those. All right, so if like we wanted to go back to, let's say that there's a stamp, you're at 25, but you want to go back to 5, you just go back and like the last stamp was 6, you'd go back to before 6, and that would be the one that you would have. And that's usually how they do rewinding. Pretty cool. It's definitely intense because that's a lot of typing. Um, okay. So, uh, let's let's uh let's test it out, I guess. Right? We need to actually update the timer. I feel like being super lazy. You know what? Let's do it the right way. Okay, so we're gonna go over here. Uh, it and we're gonna make a new script on this. So we're just gonna call it the controller for UI. Is Element still blocking your stuff, or are you good? Awesome. Okay. So I think we just need a and we want to know. I think we write. All right, let's see if this works. I think it's going to put the score in the center. Probably want it on the left hand. Nope, we got a bunch of exceptions. Oh, that's why. We forgot to assign it. There we go. And since we're here, we also should it be on the I think left is fine. All right, let's go. Oh, there we go. Oh, what was that now? I'm just doing smithing? Oh, something. I thought you were out here blacksmithing. Like, okay. Um, I wanted to open Unity today, but I got sidetracked. Oh yeah, great game. It's very easy to get sidetracked. Game dev is Not. I think for me, I get intentionally sidetracked. I'll realize that I'm getting way too. I'm just sinking way too many hours into game dev, and intentionally just have to pull away. It's like you have to force yourself at some point because it always. I think it always feels like I'm just not getting enough done fast enough. That's the sensation I always get. Even when I spent like the last couple of streams, I spent 7, 8 hours on it, and that's just what I streamed. Like I'm working on it outside of that, uh, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna start slowing. There we go. I'm starting to really appreciate all of the sliders and doohickeys that are over there on the bottom left because it's actually giving me relevant information. Like I was in my head, I was wondering, am I close to my maximum speed? And then I saw the big orange bar, and I'm like, nope, nowhere near it. Is if I just left the miles, the rate there on the bottom right, I don't think that would have been good enough. I mean, the numbers wouldn't have been relevant. It's cool. Like if I wanted to know about how fast I was going, but I don't know how far that is from my maximum speed that I can go without that orange bar. Uh, there we go. Like I intentionally like on my Discord, like I'm super sensitive about that. Not Discord, YouTube. I'm super sensitive about the stuff that YouTube is going to be giving me through the algorithm. Like I get super peeved if I start getting random stuff on my algorithm because it's like I only want stuff that's relevant towards game development, uh, whatever it might be. As long as it's game dev related, then that's what I want to see in recommends or just things that pop up because it's super easy to just get distracted on other things. Right? Like I intentionally YouTube always likes to try to give me politics, and I always have to like remove that stuff all the time. It's just like they force feed you certain things. Like if something with late night comedy or comedy just general. Like I like comedy, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to get distracted by it. Right? Like anime, comedy, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, sure, fine. I enjoy all of those. But when you want to get locked in, you want to get locked in. But it's weird. Okay, now we're getting into some ridiculous speeds. I think this is the max speed. 894. The 894 miles per hour is the maximum speed. Okay, we're at max speed. This is fantastic. So this is what it looks like. This is the maximum in the game. Let's see if you can actually dodge. Holy cow. Like you can dodge that. I could have dodged that. I could have dodged that, but I double tapped and panicked at the I realized I doubled. A Yeah, I can definitely, but it's like literally you have to be on point with your reaction time. Yeah. This is crazy. But you can react though. This is much better than before. Um Probably why on the other hand I don't care if I get anything. That's fair. Um, Probably why I never finished a single project. I mean, maybe there's tons of reasons not to finish a project. You could just it. I like to think, like, for example, with the other project, the RPG, I want to go back to it. I want to finish it. I was enjoying making it, but at the same time, I wanted to give myself a break to think about other perspectives on approaches because I feel like it's time for a refactor on it before I go further. And when I do that refactor, like there's already things that I've done in this project that I'm going to take back to the other project, right? And refactor some things from that previous project that I just prefer how I did it in. And then even on top of that, like I got introduced to something that I actually did. I did it in Godot, which was a sequencer for animations for physics, and I did that in Godot, but it was just such a counterintuitive system. Not by any fault of the design. I don't think it was the design. Like it's just designing it itself is counterintuitive, but using it is very intuitive. Um, and so it just never crossed my mind to develop that same program. But then I realized I was watching other YouTube videos and I caught because nobody does videos. Like if somebody did a video tutorial on that, I think that would be like the one video in YouTube of that type, which is how to handle animation sequences for like special moves and stuff like that. I think I saw a Unity video that they did something like it for a fighting game. Um, but yeah, they generally don't you don't see that very often. So I caught piece of it, like this person was just showing off stuff, and then I noticed they were using scriptable objects, and I paused this. I paused the video exactly where I saw the scriptable object, and just by looking at like what they put on the scriptable object, I just my brain basically just said, okay, so I figured what they did. They nested multiple classes and then listed them for the sequences of the animation, predefined the array of sequences and the inputs involved in that. I don't need to go that far because I'm not making a fighting game, but if I wanted to, I could do that and it wouldn't hurt the RPG, which could maybe later on allow me to do stuff like that if I wanted to, right? Um, which would be pretty cool. Uh, so yeah, that's stuff that I didn't know or didn't recall or didn't even consider before I started this project. Now that I've started this project, my brain is like looser on the RPG and more I'm more ready to get back into it. I, r- I rigged my shorts algorithm to have only to have only animal videos, but aren't there tags at the top of YouTube Home? Sure, I saw some. I'm not sure if you can manipulate the tags. I'll check it out. After I'm done streaming, I'll check it out if I can like remove certain tags. That would be awesome. Um, just make sure to change something from homework you're stealing. I'll tell you this. Everyone's code is basically somebody else's code. There's nothing new under the sun. Everyone has done it. It's just that's the reason. So this is the thing, right? You have a segment of the population that I've encountered often. Believe me, I've encountered these guys. I'll give you the exact scenario. So somebody released a video on for Godot ECS system, and it was a it was moderately popular. It got maybe like 10,000 views, maybe more. I'm not sure where it is now. By the time I saw it, it was like about 1,000 views, and I commented on it, and the guy was super cool, right? Like super cool. The uploader was really cool, and really they were just doing that to like push the other games. And they develop Godot games. They finished their games. They developed them. I played one of them. It's on itch. It's a complete game. It's not really my cup of tea, but it's pretty cool. I have to appreciate like all of the design. It's very clear that a good programmer was behind. And it's like I can't really describe it, but it's a 2D game where you're driving in a tank. There's a lot of resource management. And you disembark from the tank in different places, and it's like a post-apocalyptic world kind of situation. And then you go and do missions in those places, come back, and then you have to like make sure that your tank is properly fueled. You go, you buy foods and stuff like that, and you leave the tank, go scavenging, maybe fight some enemies, that you come back. Really cool game. It's so complicated because it combines some of the stuff with like for me, because I maybe I didn't give it enough time, but it combines some of the elements from not Stardew Valley. What was it called? Terraria? Was it Terraria or Star something? No, it was not Starbound. There we go. It was from like Starbound, where you can design your your ship and stuff like that. So the tank could be was modular. You could like edit it and add rooms and all kinds of stuff, and that prepared you for like almost like a tower defense kind of situation inside of your tower when you got raided, inside of your tank when you got raided. It was a really cool game. Um, Probably I should do a let's play on it since I know the people who are behind it enough. Uh, but it was really cool. So, but it's just not for whatever reason it wasn't like maybe I just didn't give it the time. But anyway, so he spent the time, released a video on an ECS approach for Godot, and I said, I don't like his approach, and I think I could make it better. So we were talking a little bit, and then I took the time and then wrote up an ECS system for Godot that would basically give like a kind of component nature to Godot through the metadata. I didn't like it, even though I did it. I hated it. I really did because I think Godot's nodal structure for Godot is better. But he likes he liked it. Everyone was cool. They all got the idea behind it. Uh, and he made some apologies on in I think in a subsequent video or something like that because he had accidentally called it an ECS system, but it wasn't actually an ECS, right? But the one that I wrote up for him was an ECS system that he could use. But again, I wouldn't use it. So are we getting this? Okay, I thought I was getting an issue. Okay. So he we there was a guy in another Discord who apparently had seen the same video, and we were talking. I wasn't even talking to him. I was talking to somebody else. And we were talking about that video, and he saw that video. And I said, yeah, it was a pretty cool idea. Concept is cool, and it solves a couple of problems that Godot does have with communications, right? Like just how their signals are set up. It's sort of problematic. Um, they kind of make up for it with how they handle their callables, but it's still just it tends to lead you towards autoloads. Um, so I brought up the point, and then this guy just hopped in, and he was on this real hard grind about how if you want to use Unity, use Unity. He's tired like of this, like Godot works this way. And how uh how there is a right way to handle things and so on. And I'm like, okay. like like so there's always those types that you're going to encounter. He's not the only person, and that's not the only topic that they could bring up like that, but there's always those types that they kind of feel like there is really only one way, even if you have to cut off your own nose to spite your face. So it's not so much it's not so much where is it? There you go. It's not so much about okay, sir. I guess that's what happens. Yeah, but it's not so much that you people are going to have to come up with something new every time. But at the same time, it's like you shouldn't be afraid to try new things. Is the point that I was getting. No matter what anybody else says, even if it's wrong, that's the best way to learn. So yeah, I read that one. That's a universal thing. Like everyone that does that, you can't change it. You're okay, sure. You know what it is? I think it's good to do it anyway, right? It's good for the memory because you don't use your memory, you lose it. Being able to connect references keep those connections alive. Yep. Okay. So I think the scoring system is fine. What do you think? Like the position, the UI, what do you think of the like overall, what do you think of the UI setup for the game? Oh, you want to round the score to the nearest thousandth. Um, you might be right. I have a rounding script that I did before. I'll look into it. I did make a rounding script. I think it was for a clicker game that I was making, and it would round it to like the quintillion, sextupleth, octupleth, whatever the heck numbers as you numbers got ridiculously large. But we've gone 271 miles with four of, and we're not getting any errors. Pretty cool. Okay. So I think the next thing that we need is time. So we probably want to, no, we don't want to put time here. So we probably want to put time, maybe we want to put time above the score. Hello, Jane. The Villa 99. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How are you doing, Jane? Nick, Jane is on Discord. Yeah, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Discord. Somehow, Roman figured that out. He was communicating on both. All right. So I think. Oh, not Discord. Whoops. Sorry, I have Discord on my head on Twitch. Jane is on correcting my, not Discord. Good catch, sir. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna put time, I think, above score over here. I'm gonna shift score down, and I don't think that'll get in the way of anything. All of this area. It's cool to look at though, as it just blurs by. So maybe not. But I think this kind of makes up for it. Maybe we can put time right here. That eats up this space. Time would probably be good right underneath it. All right, let's do that. So oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. I saw the 10K. UI is cool. I don't know what time I just plot. So the hmm, hmm, that's a good should time be at the end? So there's an issue, right? Because with the time you kind of know, like you could kind of say you've passed a certain point in, so it's possible if you collide with stuff that you'll end up with a lower score at a certain time, right? And I'm thinking that I'm going to also use a toast system anyway. So if you beat your previous score, the toast is going to come up new high score, that kind of thing, right? And so that new high score, maybe you're right. Maybe we don't need time. All right, you know what? Let's do it without the time. We probably don't need time. All right, so let's consider the UI for now done. Um, difficulty curve, but we still do need time, so we need to go to the game manager. And we're going to make a we're going to make an instance of an object. We're going to call it, let's do it over here. Pretty sure Unity has this already. I know they have time.time, but that's not really useful in our case. All right, whatever. Let's do this. So first we're going to do private float count public. And let's make this public. Which um is running. You know what it is, Nick? It's also that a lot of times when I was dealing with explaining concepts, you have to it works best. I've seen you ever I mean, I'm pretty sure you've seen it when you're explaining something to someone and it just clicks. So I usually get that when you use a very clear illustration of something. I think that's what helped me in the past, and I just reflexively rely on. Otherwise, you end up with 2 weeks later the person coming back saying, "I never said you never said that. How do you how did you come to that one?" Basically, it just never took the time to register. Let's see. As I said earlier, yeah. Since you're emulating a mobile game anyway, wouldn't you like to put the score as just a no? Because you need to see the top, so maybe the bottom. But I was leaving the bottom open for like effects that I'm going to put in later. Like there's going to be wind as the car wind tunnels through and things like that. And so I wanted an area that was unobscured to just show all of the special effects and the shader stuff that's going to be going on. Um, so I put it on the top right. But this is you could say it's emulating a mobile game, but it's going to be on WebGL. So that's where I'm going with it. Okay, so on enable, but we probably don't need. We do. Oh, we can't. Okay. We probably don't need this. So we can enable it and do that. Hey, Roman. You remember how you were making a timer system? This is basically how you would do it, bro. I saw you were getting hooked up into it the other time. I wasn't uh right. Let's see. Since you guys are here, hold on. Do this. I'm returning the favor. I think I just killed Roman. Oh, there he is. Mission accomplished. Everybody is flown off of the screen. Okay. Yeah, so this is basically it, right? For so now I can create a timer object. So let's And so over here, side of, since we're going to put the state machine later on here in running, actually, this is a great opportunity to show this state machine uh, at work if you're interested, Roman. So this is the state machine manager. Just as a quick, well, actually, the entire state machine script is in here. So this is the state machine manager. We have 3 update types: normal, fixed, and late. The only reason why it's using this is for batching purposes. I think it works better if I start all the way at the bottom though, or it's easier to explain it. This is a state. Okay, we have a couple events that are in each one of these states. The states are locked behind an ID, and they can also have a name if you want to give them one. They all inherit iState, or rather, they all have a property for iState machine, which we're going to get to it up there. This is basically the state machine that this state belongs to. And so we have the constructor here. So we can do this instead because I have this new system that I just made. So we can go int, what is it called? Random int number. I have to look it up. Give me a second. Game manager, it's over here. Oh, unique int. So I can do this. Number. Right? And this will always give me a unique integer. I'll show you the code for this right now. It right here. We created a global hash set. Of course, these are all private values. We start at 1000, so we're not just repeating some. It's anything below 1000 usually exists somewhere else. Above, it's very sporadic that you're going to have any type of collisions. And we just check if the counter, the current counter, the next counter is already contained in the values, and we'll just keep iterating through. But regardless, we then add that counter, and then we return the new value. This is just going to increment when we do this. And that's how we get our unique integers. Pretty simple stuff. But yeah, basically, so now we get a unique integer, and that's the ID of this state. And we can do the same thing here. Because you can still, the thing with hash set is you can still get hash collisions, but with this, you won't get any collision. Do the same. Yeah, I think that's it. We don't need. Okay. So now back to the state real quick. So we create in the constructor, we create a unique ID for the state, and then we just pass in the name that we're going to create for the state outside of this. And we have just a few methods. We have change state, which is pretty obvious. It's going to go back to the machine that this state belongs to and then call change state on that. When we want to add new logic to the state, we do it through this. We go add logic, just pass that in. When we want to remove logic, similar process. And when we want logic that's supposed to go off every frame, we just select what frame we want it to go, what type of frame we want it to go off on. If it's a fixed or physics update or fixed update, Unity's fixed update. Fixed update, late update, or normal update. And then we just have our calls. These are internal, so you don't have to worry about these. The only call that that will ever be made normally that I've seen, there are 3 of them. This one, add frame logic. This one, add logic. And this one, change state. I've never really had to use this. It works, I just never have to use it really. So those 3 things: change state, add, those 2. Okay? And then now for the state machine, actually, let's not even worry about the state machine. It does have this, and it has this. So like we can do here, where we can later on, like after we've made the state machine, we could dynamically add new states to it if we want to. right? Or if we want to find the state that's on the state machine, do that here also. And we can type in the state's string name, try to get that. It's weird. And all of these are 0, 1 lookups, super fast. And of course, we have change state. And this is basically the same thing. It's just that one is through an integer, the other one string name. Okay. Okay. So let's show it actually working, or the actual implementation. So if we go to Game Manager, I think if I go to Game Manager, this is the creation of a state machine. This part right here. Right. First, I just made a list of states. I pass in all of the different states that are going to be in that list. And then I just call the state manager to do create machine, pass in the list of states. And then this number just tells it which state to start at. Right. So now, let's see. I missed some. It's just, okay. So Nick says, that's just about how my state machine works for the Five Nights at Freddy game. It's just 7 times more messy, and it's all in one class. Sounds about that sounds about on the right track. Hello, LA. How are you doing? Nick says, why do you give IDs to them? Um, so they all have their own unique IDs for lookup purposes. So if I wanted to do this part right here, let's go all the way up to let's go back to the state manager and go back up to the manager itself. So if I wanted to remove a machine from the project for whatever the reason, I have its ID. I can just use its ID here, and this will remove it from the manager because the manager is a persistent instance. Um, in other words, I work on a multi-scene workflow, but generally you want your manager class like this to exist on the same object that your game manager is going to work on, even though this is not a proper singleton. It technically is, but it's not a proper because you don't have access to the instance. You just get access to its functionality. Its instance is private. Um, so whatever instance is made of this it is following a singleton pattern in that way. Regardless, this over here exists on this object if and it's tracking all of the state machines that are currently in the game. Um, so technically, I can get access to any other. Let's say I have a dog, and I have a fire hydrant, and I want to know if the dog peed on the fire hydrant, but I don't want a direct reference to the dog, right? And so the dog can now pee on the fire hydrant. I can get the ID from the state machine, and then apply logic that might be unique to the dog to the fire hydrant on a specific state. So now if something else comes along and then sniffs or can breathe air, like a person walks along and then breathes, and that fire hydrant state is now in been peed on state, right? And now they can detect that logic or whatever logic that we decide to throw in there. Um, so to do that, we use IDs because, and we're using integers for the IDs because they're the fastest kind of lookup that you could possibly get. I don't want any bottlenecks anywhere, basically. Not sure if that answered, but that's basically it. So it's essentially I need to look something up. We can do it through that. Um, okay, so I was going to show the way that this is Where is it? Game manager. Okay. So you see here, this is the whole creation process. All of that complication comes down to this. But now I want to add logic to the state, right? Like in this case, when the state is now in running, I want the game to actually um, add logic that's going to have in the running state count the timer, right? So the very first thing for my system I'm going to do is I'm going to do var timer game going to be equal to get data or rather we need to set the data first. Let's do that. Set data property key game timer, and we're going to do a new timer, right? So this is now our game timer. Then we're going to go var timer is going to get okay, and now on the state machine, where is it? State machine, add or rather we can do get find running. Right, and then we can do dot add logic, and we can do timer dot update. Okay, but we're going to do it really fancy because I like doing fancy. I'm going to go var state we can't do that. Yeah, we can't do that here. We have to do it like this. Mm. Oh well. Looks like we have to do it the other way. Let's go here. And we can just grab this. There we go. Okay. So now, whenever we change the state machine, so if we do something like this, state machine, and we change the state machine state to running, then this is going to fire off this logic once we change to this state. But we don't want this actually. What we want is process. There we go. What we want to do is this, because we want this to happen every every frame. Similarly, uh, okay. So what's going on now? Annie, oh, okay. Welcome to YouTube, Annie. But I needed to find the YouTube channel. Sorry about that. Um, Nick says I also have 2 accounts, but that's because I earned 2 times. Only thank you, LA, for following on Twitch and on YouTube. Um, should I call you Annie or Ellie? That's a good question. Tired. I'm working more and it's harder to watch live streams. That's why I didn't go watch. As you know, don't worry about that. I mean, as long as you're working, right? The thing, making money. That's important. Roman Lecco. What a shame that you have to work more. Good luck with your work. I totally get it. Don't worry about it. Hope your work is rewarding for you. It is. Thanks. That's good to hear. Now I just work on weekdays, so I'm clocking in earlier. And now the owner is closer to me, so I have to be have to be more careful. Don't take risks. Just do your thing. Nick says I'm gonna drop by on today's stream, Roman, since my sleep schedule is already not. Yeah, so now Roman, you found out what was your fault, huh? And Annie, you can call me how you feel. Okay, Annie, it is. It reminds me of the Michael Jackson song. Oh, I mean, I Roman came out with a game recently. I think it's on itch for sure. It's like a black hole game. If you want to, if you want to share the name, Roman. Annie, are you okay? uh, let's see. So, just for the sake of testing this, we're going to put a debug over here. Um, well, first we're going to do this. Well, actually, let's do the whole process. I'm going to show you the state machine in its working. So we want to do enable timer. And we want to and this one is going to happen when we enter the state. Right? So that would be ah. So enable timer is just this. And we just do if. There we go. Okay. Then over here, we can just do state machine. Now there's another way of setting up multiple things in one state. I'm just trying to remember how I set that up. Give me a second. Because I know for a fact I have a better way of doing it. I think it is we have create machine, add machine. Then we have I don't tell me I have to go watch. Ah, here we go. Produce action plan. That's what it was. Okay. That's what it was. So we can produce an action plan for the state machine, right? So instead of having to do all of this stuff, we can do it like this. So let's do it like this. We can go private, void, setup, initialize state. And then we can do private, void, setup, running state. So you actually got to see two ways of so this way is like if later on in the game you want to just add more stuff to a state's logic at runtime for whatever reason. This way is on initialize. You can set up each one of the states, right? And so over here we're going to do state add. So we're going to add logic here, and we want to do enable timer. And then over here, we want to add logic, add frame logic. And this one is going to be to update the timer. Right? So that's how you would do this. Let's get rid of this stuff. This is another way to do it, but we're basically doing, this is going to do it on initialize now of the state machine. Get rid of this. And we're going to do action plan. You forgot. Oh, it's a static call. Got it. Okay. Produce action plan. So I think it's initializing. And it will be the setup initialize. Okay. And then we can do so this actually goes above this. We can do action plan. And the next state we're going to do is running. And we just pass in the setup running state. Just pass in the action plan. And then over here, when we actually create the state machine, where are we creating the state machine? Oh, over here. All right, there we go. So over here, now when we create the state machine, we can pass in an action plan. And so now when we create the machine, it'll pass in this information with the machine, and it'll populate it with all of the functionality that we wanted ahead of time. All right, and since we set it to 0, initializing will be the first state. And then down here, when we set it to running, it's going to run this. So what should happen, and we're going to do it here, I'm going to do print enabled. And then in update, I'm going to do print okay. So this should happen once, and then this should happen every frame. Actually, let's do it like this. So that way it's not like speeding up. All right, let's try it. Um, you said which song? I said Annie, Are You Okay? But I don't think it's called Annie, Are You? I think it's called Annie, Are You? I forgot the name of the song now. Smooth Criminal. There we go. Um. Oh yeah, Saturday stream is why it's your fault. Yep, true. Of course, it's ANNIE in that song. Um. How many days? How many days do I have to complete this game? I'm on day 5, so I have 15 days left. Nick, oh nah, I'm not staying for long. I have work tomorrow. Yeah, that's Roman. Roman's job. He you don't know this, Nick, but Roman actually told me that he did this entire thing just to mess up your sleep schedule. That's the entire point. In fact, he named February mess up Nick's sleep schedule month. That's a secret. And he did it to me too, so don't feel bad. Like I fell asleep in the middle of his stream. I felt really bad when I woke up and I just saw the YouTube selection. I'm like, wait, what? I was like, when did I fall asleep? um, Nick says, I'm gonna try to sit through the entire stream once. I just want to see the meme. Like, Art, when is Discord gonna be like a Discord? Um, I don't know. You tell me. Roman, Annie. I think the song is "Smooth Criminal" by Michael. Yeah, yep, Roman, you're absolutely correct. That's what it was. Roman, okay, I'll be lurking. Good luck for the rest of the stream. Bye bye. All right, take care, Roman. Nepal, it's going good, sir. How are you doing? Annie, my boss finally gave me something to do. I'll be lurking by it. Okay, stay safe. It's like you've been hit by a smooth criminal. That's a song. Um, is that so? I'm good. We'll be streaming tonight, most likely. Okay, cool beans. I'll drop by for sure, for sure. All right, let's test out. So let's test out if the state machine is working. Yep, there you go. So it ran enabled, and now you see the time is going by over here. Something weird is happening. Ah, okay, I see it. I mean, I've been doing accidental 8-hour streams, so there should be some work done. Okay, there we go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this is gonna lag, I think, because I have the console, or maybe not. I don't. It feels a little bit slower. Okay. So Nick, notice that it's in miles per hour here. So this is with freedom turned on. So I could go to the game manager real quick. I think I am. Yeah, I am at the game manager. And I can turn freedom off for a second. So we can go back to oppression. Hey, see? You're no longer going to be using freedom. As soon as Unity wants to stay free, apparently. There we go. Okay. Guns per square bolt. And so now we're back to oppression units. There we go. So now we're back to this kilometers. I can feel the weight of the tyranny on my shoulders. Um the I just realized that I had never understood what Michael said in most of his songs. I never really tried to. But I know if I was a kid knowing he said Annie so many times, I'd be telling everybody. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised you didn't get that more. I mean, IRL. If that's your, if Annie's your IRL name, I would assume that just be like a school thing. So let's see what the max speed is on kilometers. So I know that the max speed on miles per hour is freedom. So on kilometers, I want to see. I'm gonna actually put that in. No, never mind. I'm not gonna do that. That'd be silly. like, like once you hit max speed, then it's going to. I'd need to put more stuff related to red, white, and blue stars and bald eagles in this. So when I'm actually focusing, I can actually see them coming and react in time. Right? We just need to do like the hit confirm to guarantee that I'm actually hitting these, but I can kind of tell because of this little bar over here. As long as it's up, that means that I am getting connections. So the red bar or the orange bar, red and orange gradient, represents how far away I am from my max speed. Um, this right here is kind of like RPMs. This is my acceleration. So this is just max. Pretty much my foot is on the gas at maximum. Technically, that's what it means, but in reality, it's more like how far away I am from my total top speed, or how far away I am from the car's current attempt to get to speed. Makes sense? So in a way, it's displaying how hard I'm trying to accelerate. Right now we're at the maximum rate of acceleration. Um, right? Like if I stop touching the boxes for a second and just dodge them, you'll see it decrease. Touch them, it'll go right back up. As soon as I touch one, right? When it decreases, I start decelerating slowly. There we go. Yeah, you'll be hurling all over your keyboard, dude. But this is what I can react to it. I'm doing it based on just my reactions, and I'm not like amazing or anything. So the as I'm getting closer, I've already done the top speed before, and I could still react in time. Like if I'm over here, it's kind of I viewed it kind of like tennis. If I'm all the way to the left and I need to go to the right, I won't make that. But if I'm in the middle, I can shift left or right pretty quickly, right? So I kind of want to like be as fast as possible because it's technically possible for me to shift to the left, to the right. I'm going to tighten that a little bit. I'm going to tighten the drifting a little bit in a second, but I like where it's at right now. I might put in sound effects today. Not sure. I want to do. I already have the audio manager put together. I just need to put in sound effects. Oh, we're getting close. This reminds me of F-Zero a little bit. F-Zero was ridiculous. All right, and we are at max. We should be very no, we're close Yep, 1440. That's the maximum kilometers. Is it really that bad, Nepal? Um, that doesn't look like speed it should be. That doesn't look like the speed it should be going. What do you mean, Nick? It's going too fast or too slow for the speed that it? I mean, this is just Unity conversion. So Unity base conversion is in meters. So I blame Unity. let's see. You got a fast car. So, oh, I see. Probably because in Brazil, I got you. Yeah, that would prevent one from knowing exactly what Michael Jackson was saying in his videos unless you spoke the language he was speaking in his songs. Um, how do I process things at that speed, Nepal? I don't. Um, you should include a nausea warning. Read that. I don't think so. No, I mean that if you look at my phone while being in a vehicle, excuse me. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So this is basically the amount of distance I've traveled so far. Speed, obviously. How hard I'm pressing down on the gas. Um, the I'm at my maximum. This is it. This is the max speed that I can go to. So basically, this bar is representing this value right here, and I'm in the 15th gear. So there are thresholds, and so long as I'm above, like as I get closer to the end of that threshold, the deceleration gets faster. So basically, if I shift down a gear, then I'll decelerate faster. And if I shift up a gear, then I'll accelerate faster within that gear. Why would I have what the the gears? Is that what you're talking about, Nick? Maybe I could put like 15th gear over here, and that would be that. But you don't think it looks fine where it is? I mean, the way I looked at it is that this is like this, and then you kind of just have like if you want to look at your total speed. So it's rough because I'm designing it, so I'm like used to just I could just look right over here, and it kind of just symmetrically fits. Goes that and blap and right, and it just all fits together. Is the way I was looking at it. And then furthermore, if I wanted to know like how close I am to my maximum speed, I could look at this. But if I wanted the actual speed, I would just look right here. Oh, why does the player need that information? Okay. So you do and you don't. I don't I can't really answer for you uh how the player will use the information, but what it can be used for is figuring out let's say like you're playing and you want to head for a top score, but there is a sweet spot for some reason where you want to stay at around that speed and you don't want to go much higher or slower. So you want to get the speed up boxes, but then at a certain speed you want to avoid them, but you want to be able to specifically know what speed you want to maintain. That's I think an excellent reason to have that there. And so you can kind of gauge how fast you're trying to go with that with the long bar here. So let's say I needed to stay at 800 kilometers. I would effectively avoid any of these speed up boxes and try to keep this bar at around like the middle ish, while also looking at this to keep it at around 800, while also avoiding. And that way I can get like the optimal score while being able to ignore obstacles or dodge obstacles the easiest. It's like, I guess that would be one thing. Like, it's just more information that can be used to uh, get like specific things done, right? Because if you just don't have it, then you're just looking at your zooming and you have to kind of feel out your speed, which gets kind of impossible to do that because everything just turns into a blur at a certain point, right? Like the closest, like if without this, the only way for me to really tell the difference at a certain point in how fast I'm going is basically just how fast the boxes are coming at me. Yeah, I like the car streak though. Like that streak is freaking awesome. The way that the colors of the car is streaking off. Probably. At least gives the average player a chance of looking at it and understanding the speed and context. Like I said, I can't answer for you how the average player will use it. I just know that for me, as I'm doing this and testing, it's very helpful because I get to see um, exactly what speeds I'm going at when I'm going to be doing control testing for the difficulty in a right. So like I know that this is what the game plays like at max speed. This is what the game plays like, right? And without it, I would have to be looking at the inspector. I'd have to like click through, look at the inspector, and try to figure out each time, which is what I was doing originally. Now I don't have to because I have that information over here. Okay, okay. Let's go to the road script real quick. Oh, we need to also get rid of this game manager. Brazil. So the average player like so why make it a debug thing? Toggleable. It I like no, the UI is toggleable. Like all remember yesterday when I was designing, I showed you how to make a UI manager. So all my UIs are toggleable at all times. Where is it? This one needs to inherit it. So I'll do it for this one. I UI element and quick refactor. Right. Right. And so by default, this will now connect to my UI manager. And I can just call uh, I can just call open for this UI element on my from my UI manager to turn it on and off from the game manager. I wanted to on start, or I could just make a state for that, or whatever it is. But it's all connected. I like debug UIs. They're fun to mess around with, even though I haven't made one in Unity yet. So you want to have settings, or are you? I guess you could say I have one thing that I can flex, and that's the code. So let's flex it. Um, so we go UI manager, register. Just put this. UI manager, unregister. Okay. So now do this. And since now I made that new unique method for tracking integers, we can probably even get away with doing unique int number. That thing is paying off dividends. All right, there we go. Now let's do the same thing for the speedometer. Oh, we don't need to do that, actually. We can just do this. There we go. Beautiful. Um, okay, Nicked. Oh, by the way, yesterday I asked you about the nav obstacle thing, but you like completely ignored what I actually said. I still don't know how would I block the path of an agent, but only after. Oh, I see what you mean. Like the agent walked through the path and then you like lock a door behind the agent, and so now the agent can't walk that direction. Is that what you mean to say? Like something changed effectively would have changed the mesh, so that area is no longer um, crossable. So it's like a nav obstacle. I'm pretty sure you actually hit the nail on the head. I think there are obstacles, like dynamic obstacles, that you can put on a nav mesh. I think Unity has a solution for that already built in. I just forgot what it is, but I remember seeing it a few years ago. Like I said, I haven't used nav mesh for that purpose in a while. Hmm. So, so you might not like it, but what you can do is what you can do, what I would do is I would use a raycast, and I would have the raycast simply shooting forward, and when the agent, if the ray hits something in front of the uh, agent will, instead of trying to reach the destination, handle things differently. That's what I would do. So basically, it's just a consistent ray that starts when the agent is moving, and as long as the agent is moving, it'll keep checking in the direction that the agent is moving towards, right? And so then the easiest way to get the direction the agent is moving towards, you you can sample the path and get the corner, the first corner from where the agent's position is. Then just get a normalized angle or the normalized vector between position you're trying to get to, subtracted by where the agent. You normalize that factor, and then multiply that, or rather, you don't have to multiply it. You just shoot ray in that you multiply. You know, you just pass that into. I think you just pass that into the direction argument inside of physics.raycast, and it will shoot a ray of the length that you decide. And whatever you, if you get something that's a hit, you can check if that hit is like a door, and then behave, and then tell the agent to behave differently if the thing that the ray hit is a. That's the easy way to handle it. The other way is um, do a little bit of spatial partitioning, but that's a different thing. Basically, you would have needed to make a manager for all of the decorations that can't interfere with movement. And when one is closed, you would have something like this, like a run script, like a process script. So like a so you would have first something like this. I've already showed this to you actually. I just did this to you like yesterday, which is basically make an interface like public interface I interactable, right? And then inside of this, you just have something like void running, and you'd provide a list of or an array in the, of right? And so now everything that inherits IInteractable, including your AI, would be executing this each frame, and it can check for itself if it ever if it's ever near an object, and if it's near that object, if that object is, then it can check if it's facing that door, and if the direction that it is trying to move into, again by getting the corner, is the this object that it's checking, that door object is between it and the direction it wants to try to get to. If it is the case, then handle things different. That's the other way you could, right? So the door would inherit this, and the AI would inherit this. Whatever it can interact with that door would inherit it, basically. So the door, everything like that. So the door itself would update IInteractable whenever it's closed, things like that. That's the other way to handle it. Doesn't matter if you do the either way, it would work for 50 bajillion doors. Let me reread what you just wrote, because um let me reread this back. Searching for, oh, by the way, like go up to a door while chasing and it's locked. Go around it and it's locked. Go around it without because what? Oh, hold on, let me read. Okay, by the way, yesterday about the NAT obstacle. Still don't know. How would I block? But only after, like, go up to a door while chasing, locked, go around it without because I assume just. So let's walk through this real quick. The logical flow. AI walks up to a door. It wants to check if that's a door. If it is a door, it wants to check, can it open that door. If it can't open that door, it wants to repass at that point, right? If it can unlock the door, it unlocks the door and just doesn't bother with the repathing. It'll just continue the, unless there's some animation that's supposed to play, then you probably want to play that animation and then repath. And I want only one to know at a time. They'll repath. So like want the want the AI to always know that the door's state, whether it's open or closed. And if the door is open later on, then the AI will go and walk through that path without having to. I'm not sure if you're clear on. Let me finish reading. Yes, that's what you said yesterday. Assuming the closed is walking around, because if the enemy loses track of the player, it remembers the last point it saw the player in. But how do I block of this end? So it thinks that assuming there were two doors, should I just draw that out in paint? Your mic is kind of cutting in and out when you talk more silently. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. Uh, sorry about that. All right. Let's start with the logical flow, right? We're in a chasing state. Player runs through a passageway. That passageway has a door on it. The AI is about to chase through that, but then the player closes the door. Let's assume that we're going to play both scenarios, but first we're going to assume that the AI doesn't have a key. The AI doesn't have a key. Then we're going to go to the next assumption that there is another path to get to the player. So the AI will then have to, no matter what, at that point, it should repath and then follow that path going towards however it can to the enemy if the or the player. If that path is a door also and that's locked, then it's pretty much stuck in that situation. It doesn't have a way of getting to the player, right? And so whatever other behavior in that case you so now assuming the other way is that the AI does have a um a way of opening the door key. They'll open it probably without an animation. So there are no keys, period. So the AI, once a door is closed, the AI in Five Nights at Freddy's, the AI does not go through the door. Like, how does the AI get through the door normally? If the door is just closed on them, do they just like do something else? Like, do they lose track of the player and then go back on patrol? Let's start from the very top with AI, right? Do you know that the states of your AI, right? For example, if you're going to have a state machine for your AI and you want it to be complicated and you want to have different states, then you can have typically what you have for AI, the most basic form, a chasing state, an attacking state, and an idle state. Those are the three basic forms of AI. For a little bit more complexity, you can add a patrolling state. Now, the reason why we call these states is because the logic behind each one of these states is completely isolated. In other words, you have to think of a state as being the state of this script, excluding everything that is not within that state. Even if the script has it all written in, for example, if I have a script that has a consistent behavior, that behavior is not, it's not a, the state machine will not work properly, or rather, you would not have been using the state machine properly if there's logic on that script that will execute even outside of that state, right? That operates regardless of whether or not you're in that state or not. That's a bad use of a state machine. So if you're going to use a state machine, there is no middle ground if you want consistency, because you could do the middle ground, but you're going to end up in places where you're going to have unexpected collisions of behavior. So it's much easier if you lock everything, all functionalities behind specific states. So the ability to move, the ability to even listen, the ability to uh, use healers like raycasts or even nav mesh set destination, all of that has to be locked behind different states. If you've accomplished that much, then let's look at idle state. The idle state is the simplest one. Basically, usually in most cases, just has a timer, and that timer is usually something that just at intervals will say, "Hey, yeah, go on patrol," and then or now it's time to go on patrol, right? Then also it usually has like a listener. So if the player gets within range, change to chasing, right? Once you come out of idle state, you can no longer accidentally go on patrol, right? Because patrol is a behavior type that's only accessible through idle. Once you go into chasing state, in the chasing state is when you're going to turn on, for example, that raycast. That raycast is going to then check if there is a door between the direction that you're chasing into or where you are and where the AI is. If there is, then inside of the chasing behavior, we can do whatever we want. We can say, hey, yeah, give up and then go idle somewhere, or give up and then do something else, whatever, right? That's the logical flow there. And then in patrolling state, it's basically identical to idle. The only difference with patrolling is that you're moving around to a destination point or whatever it is. Now, if what you're talking about is, well, I'm not even going to go there, but basically what you described is chasing state. And so the conventional way of solving the problem for the question that you're asking without using NavMesh obstacles is to just use a ray cast and check what the ray hits. And if the thing that the ray hit is something that should elicit some type of behavior, then you operate on that. You'd want to put a tag on the game object, something like is door or whatever, or is interactable tag. You can go to the tags here in Unity, right? On this section right here. And you can select different tags. So like I have wall left here, untag, whatever. And then you can check the game object that you hit for the tag that you're looking for. And you can easily do that by just doing no, we can't do it in this. Do it over here. Are we in a stat? Yeah, we're in a static. Instance, game object, compare tag. Right? You can just do that and you can get the tag. And then you know that the ray that you just hit is a door, and you can check the door to see if the door is in a closed state or open state and act on the behavior that way. I'm hoping that that is leading into the answer that you're looking for the problem that you're dealing with, which sounds to me like it's just you're trying to detect the world around the AI. If I can make it any simpler, raycast, detect, use a tag to figure out to set what that type is, have a script on it, use get component on that script, and check what the state of that script is, if it's closed or open. I feel like you already know this though, so it's like I'm not sure if I'm even saying anything worth saying for you. I think that you already know all of that stuff. Um, let us get uh so let's check this. So we have the score system done. We were polishing the mechanics. So there's one more thing I'm going to do for the mechanics to be a little bit better. I think it's actually in the player script. Now we're going to turn this off now while I figure out that mess. Uh, All right, let's see how it feels. I'm gonna just manually increase my speed. Oh. Or maybe I should do it gradually so I can get a, because I did change it drastically. It's about, I did change it drastically, about 5 times stronger than it was before. Oh, I should do it gradual. See what it feels. Oh, the score needs to be set to 0. Oops, need to do that. Didn't even notice it. Or is it broken? I think it's broken. Not sure what I did. I must have done something in the code to break it. I was missed. Man, even at 5 times the speed, it can still kind of feel the weight of the car. Okay. All right, let's increase the speed a bit. You know, it's weird. Just going straight to this speed, I can't keep up. But as I was gradually getting here, it was easy to track this stuff. Okay. Um, Question is, can I dodge? Answer is, yeah, absolutely not. It is sensitive, but it is not quick enough. You have to, it's partially RNG, it's partially skill. It's crazy right now. Like, I think there is a definite difference between immediately getting starting at that speed versus gradually getting there. because I feel like I could see things easy. All right, so this broke somehow. I think it's this. Well, it didn't break. I think I just forgot to actually call for it to be set up. Yep, there we go. There. That should get it to work. You said, and there is no key. It doesn't. It doesn't. It goes to the beginning of the path. You know how to record like a video? Just like a short, quick video of just what's happening. You can use if you're on Windows, you can use the Windows key and Shift and just like select the area, Shift S, and then select the area, and then just record like a quick video so I can see the behavior. Um, because I think I understand what you're saying. You're basically saying that it's moving from point A to point, let's say C, but then the door closes at point B, and then when you try to re get the path, it starts its path back from point A. That's what it sounds like you're saying. Instead of starting you off at the point B point, you're starting off at point A. Okay, so now the score should work, right? Okay, so now let's go to our collision obstacles. I think we can get there through. Nope. Here we go. So obstacles have a call called handle impact. This. And we will do uh, make a public field and point. I mean, oh, whoops. You know what I just remembered? There's another approach also. Slap a trigger on the door, and then if the AI enters the door's trigger, that's when you do uh that's when you do other things. That's another way of handling it. So the trigger area can be larger than the door. You get what I'm saying? So that's a cheaper way of handling it, right? Okay. Dude, if the issue is with the logic itself, that's something that, I mean, it's just a matter of take a couple days and walk away. That's what I have to do. Sometimes I have to actually just do something else or walk away from the project and let my brain take time to put together what it is that I actually am trying to get done. Collidable. Whoops. I think we already do this at the top level though. Let's check. I'm pretty sure we already do that at the top level. Doesn't make sense that we're generating it. Yeah, here's the event. So we don't need to tell the player anything. The event will. There we go. Awesome. Okay. So now we just need to test out this thing. Once this is done, then we would have accomplished all of the thing. Yeah, once this is done, we are done with polish mechanics. And I think we're just going to do difficulty curve stuff. I have an idea on approach for that. Okay, so we're going to reduce the points by, let's say that the cement cement is 1,000. The white is 100. Hello. $5,000. Obstacle red will be 10,000 points. We'll make this one have a spawn chance of 8% spawn chance. Low will have a 15% spawn rate. Cements will have a it will have a 100%. Cement will have 0.5%, 50% spawn chance. Go. Okay. Um, let's go over to road real quick. We can get, and we want to implement the usage of, because we're already using the spawn chance for the power ups. We want to do the same thing for the regular road. Where the heck is it? Update real. I'm not seeing it anymore. I'm already this. My eyes are acting like as if it's. Ah, whoops! I'm just in the wrong area. We don't need to be in road for this. We need to be in the spawn manager. State machine. That's one. Close. Ah, here we go. Okay. So here you go. Try spawn. There we go. Okay. Plug that back. So, where everything is saved. Okay. No, I know how to do. Yeah, the logic after that. Throwing it. Okay. But I don't know Unity good. My bad. Okay. It made your lizard brain kick in. That's when you know that you're learning your when programming makes your lizard brain take over. Wait, let me take a look. Where did you put it in is it on Roman's channel? Off topic. Nope. Why do I have two off topic? Of off topic. Oh, I remember why. Um is that Okay, I see. Oh, holy cow! You were. I think you're in the wrong line of work, man. You should do art. Okay, so it looks like. Where do I start? Do I start from the top left and then go down to the bottom right? Okay, so me, the bad guy, and there's a door. So I go through, like, okay, so it looks like I go through the door. I'm assuming, so sees the player, starts chasing. Um, Now it's locked, right? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's what NavMesh obstacle is for. Hold on, let me just keep reading it. Give me a sec. Can't see through. Oh, it's locked. Door. Right? Okay. So you want to preserve. Okay, I see. Um, I could tell you how I normally do it. I've told you this already. So in this case, what you're doing is you're using set destination. I just don't use set destination. What I do is I spawn a dummy. So you see, like in your image 3, where you have the past me at, that's where the dummy would keep on would only recognize, right? It would recognize the last position that it saw the player. So the dummy would be there, and then the dummy would I would sample the path using the dummy, uh, which should detect the new path if we're using nav mesh obstacles, and the door is a nav mesh obstacle. So assuming the door comes into the way and it's now a legit obstacle, then the dummy would send the sampled path. It would I'd need to give it I'd have to sample twice. The first sample would be, or not sample, I would have to sample once, but I have to test locations twice. The first location I want to test is where the dummy is, which is going to be where the player was. And the second one is going to be where the AI target is. And then to make sure that both of those places are on the nav mesh, once I confirm they're both on the nav mesh, then I sample the path using the nav mesh, which is going to lead from wherever the player was last, that gray part, to where the AI is currently. And then the AI, once that's set, then I guess you would use set destination. In your case, in my case, I usually use rigid body, so I just apply forces towards the sample's corners, which will make the AI navigate around stuff. Good stuff. Let me read the rest of this. So now the path will get priority. So now the new path, it will get priority, right? It travels the new path. Door is still locked. And unlocks the door. Your dream path. um, so it moves around to the on the green path, right? And then you have a lock door button. And so this button, there's a second door. Door two. Door two. No, they're all that's that it. That's um what am I looking at?
By taken path, you mean the path that's no longer valid. So the invalid path is the one that leads to the door. But then the player will open the door afterward. What does that? It doesn't matter. The player opens the door afterwards. It doesn't matter. Unlocks the door again. I have to do some research for you on NavMesh obstacle. Give me 1 second. NavMesh. NavMesh obstacle. NavMesh obstacle component allows you to describe move obstacles NavMesh agents should avoid while navigating the world. For example, barrels or crates control. While the obstacle is moving, the NavMesh agent will do their best to avoid. And the obstacle is stationary, carves a hole in the NavMesh. If NavMesh, let's see what this looks like in project. I'm just going to make a game object just to see. Like I said, I haven't needed to use this in a very long time because most of my stuff is always using rigid body, so I just don't use. Okay, you set the shape, capsule or box. In your case, you want it to be a box. Let's take a look. I see. The shape of the obstacle. So I need to put a nav mesh surface and I select the capsule. Give it a, and okay, that makes sense. So did you already try slapping on a component for the nav mesh obstacle on something? Like on the door, did you put that? And you said yes, I think you did. And it's not working. If that's not working, my brother, I really you got me. The way that I would approach it from that point on is to make a manager for it and just handle it through script. But it looks like NavMesh obstacle is the solution using for the door. So the NavMesh, so the agent knows this is blocked now, right? It's going to cut the NavMesh, as it just said. And you said, well, it's global. Of course it's global. Why wouldn't it be global? The door is locked, right? And then when it's gone, it's open. Global thing. So then as it's moving, as the agent is, oh, okay. I think I get what your problem is. I think maybe, right? Like if it's moving, the agent is suddenly going to go back the other way. But I think that's because you're doing set destination every frame, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think that's because you're doing set destination every frame. The heck? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. There we go.
Yeah, I am absolutely confused because if you already, so the way that it works is you're not supposed to be doing set path every frame. And if you are not using the if you tell the agent to go to a path and you're not telling it set destination ever again, that's it. You just told it that. It doesn't even matter if something like an obstacle was put in the path because the agent already has its path. It's just going to keep running against the wall, right? It doesn't recalculate. It has to have that moment where it recalculates. But if you're calling it every frame, and let's say now the agent walks the green path, but then the door is open, but you're still calling set destination every frame, it's going to repath back towards the door that was open. Yep, time to call Roman. He's probably got, yes, the nav mesh obstacle removes part of the mesh. That's what it's supposed to do. Because that's what happens, right? When you block it off, you have to cut the mesh. Once the door opens, the mesh should be redrawn though. If it's not redrawing the mesh, let me look at the docs again. Here, I'll give you the link for the documentation. There, I posted it in the Discord. But they have the images directly showing like what's going to happen. So it reads like this. You have two modes for NavMesh. Hold on. Yeah. So you have two modes. You have obstructing and you have carving. When carve is enabled, the default behavior of the NavMesh obstacle is similar to that of a NavMesh agents try to avoid collisions with the NavMesh obstacle, and when close, they collide with the NavMesh obstacle. Obstacle avoidance behavior is very basic and has short radius. As such, the NavMesh agent might not be able to find its way around an environment cluttered with NavMesh obstacle. This mode is best used in cases where the obstacle is constantly moving. For example, a vehicle or player character. So that's when you would want to use obstructing mode on this. In this case, it sounds like that obstructing mode is what fits you. Carve. When carve is enabled, the obstacle carves a hole in the nav mesh when stationary. When moving, the obstacle is an obstruction. When a hole is carved in the nav mesh, the pathfinder is able to navigate the nav mesh agent around locations cluttered with obstacles, or find another route if the current path gets blocked. Oh, maybe carving is actually it. It's good practice to turn on carving for NavMesh obstacles that generally block navigation, but can be moved by the player or other game events like explosions, for example, crates or barrels. In this mode, the NavMesh. Hmm, back. I'm just looking at how other people doing it. Ah, okay. You could always rely on Llama Academy. I'll just share this video. He has a great workaround. There you go. Okay, yeah, there we go. What do you mean? That's literally it. He's using he's closing and opening the doors. When you walk next to the door, it'll open. If you can't open it, then it repaths around it. That's literally what that does. Yeah, you've lost me, dude. I don't know what you want. I looked at I thought I did. I don't know. You call Roman. You got me. I have no clue anymore. I have no clue. Maybe if I played Five Nights at Freddy, I would have a better understanding of what you're trying to. You beat me up. I really have no idea. I've I'm completely flabbergasted and lost. I thought I understood what it was that you were trying to accomplish because you drew it out, and I'm looking at the drawing, and I'm like, he's trying to basically repath it to the path that should be open, which is pretty much what is pretty normal. And maintain that path and then get to the destination where the player should have been. It, that's that's pretty easy. So we just need to cache the location where the AI is trying to get to. So it's just you detect the player, you store the location for the player that you last got when you detected them, and then you just have a separate script where the AI is moving towards the stored location. And that location will only ever change if you detect the player again for any other reason. And that'll basically and then you just do set destination. The thing is, when I looked at your code, it looked like you were calling set destination in basically a update loop, and that would mean that you're going to be repathing every frame, which is can cause all kinds of weirdness. It's supposed to be treated like point and click, kind of, where you don't click every frame, you click when you need to get to a certain point, and that's how it is. The door was locked, then you just click again and it would repath to nation, right? Or you would have some part of the script that says, hey, actually um, we've just hit the wall or we have a collision, but the pathing isn't completed. So then we try a repath that way, something else. But I guess you could accomplish the same thing. I just wouldn't do it. Maybe like a 3D fan game thing. I want it to repath one. Um, oh, we were balancing what we were doing. So we don't need to run this. I need to change the spawn area. Vector. So we're going to, so the high rate for obstacles being spawned, 8. And the same thing, so like 4 with it. All right, let's start with 10. We're going to start with 2. So when this starts, so let's actually go back to, and I don't think we need, should we make like a difficulty class? I don't think we should be, I think we just need to adjust this. So we can do date. Whoops. Update. uh, we just need the obstacle spawn high and power spawn high. You know what? Before we do this, we need a value. Let's do this. We have to test out this value. So let's do float difficulty. Difficulty equal to manage. Um, is it property key? Game time. I don't think we need this. We're gonna do that every frame. What you're saying? Maybe like a 3D fan game thing. Yeah, I wanted to repath once. I'll try. I'll do it eventually. My laptop is on fire. Um, I if you show uh after this stream, just I guess I'll look at because I'm about to after I do this, I'm gonna end the stream because I would have accomplished 3 of the 5 things that I wanted to accomplish today once this is done. Um, and we can go on Discord and you can show me the script itself. And that'll give me more context on what is happening there because I have to make certain assumptions. One assumption is that you are calling that, and I'm getting a headache even thinking about it. Wow, that you're calling it every frame, but you shouldn't be calling set destination every frame. It isn't set destination does not equal transform dot position plus equals blurb or anything like that. Set destination is a calculation every single time you call it on the nav mesh to get the destination that you're trying to get to. So it's a very expensive call. So you have to make sure that when you make it, you're trying to get the most out of it. Right? So you don't want to call that every single frame. And I think that that's what you're doing. When I saw your state machine, it looks like you're reaching into that state for many reasons and doing it every frame, um, which is going to lend itself to other issues because it's very expensive to make that call. All right. So we have the difficulty, and that is going to be game timer. It's going to be influenced by the difficulty, and we just want to do a print on this right now. Let's multiply this by I just need to get an idea. So actually, maybe we don't need to deal with that. So let's say that let's talk about obstacles first. Obstacle PD is going to be equal to I'm almost feeling like I should make a class and call it difficulty. Um, So we get the difficulty here. We will actually not need to do this anymore. Right? And then every frame we will increase the spawn CD, or rather we'll move it closer to 4. So this will, the lower this number goes, the more obstacles are going to be spawned. So whatever it starts at, we're going to be moving it closer to 4 over the course of this difficulty. We don't need clamping anymore. Right? And the rate that it's going to be doing that, going to be moving it closer, is based on the difficulty. That's what we're going to do. So then we can get away with obstacle, or rather power up. There we go. Going to be, so it's similar concept, math F move forwards. And we're going to pick the power up high, and we're going to increase this to, let's say, 8. So every 8 seconds there's a power up. And we'll also do it by the difficulty. Right, so now we don't need this. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. I'll make all of the AI state changes go through a method and only have the AI destination. That's what I said yesterday. Okay. Whatever. Whatever, man. Whatever. That's what you should be doing anyway, and then slap a debug in there and find out how many different places are calling it. Oh man. Okay. Um so okay. Fair enough. Okay. So we need to do a set. What? Where is this? That's cool. There next time. Let's get rid of that. I forgot to put on music. Oh well. We don't have beginner. And don't have set destination is calling calculate path internally. Sort of. You can do calculate path and not move. You can do set destination and move. But calculation is the expensive part of set destination. All calculate path is doing is it's checking the nav mesh for, and then using whatever type of, I think it's an A star pattern for getting the weights of each segment of the nav mesh. And from there, they are given joints or corners. And then the path is basically an array that is moving the transform, if I remember correctly. Or it might be applying. No, I think it's moving the transform. I think it's moving the transform. No, but I think you can. It has physics interaction, so it's probably some kind of physics movement. And then on, or maybe something completely unique to itself. But regardless, it then the set destination will then either apply forces or update the transform's position as needed until you get to each one of the corners. And it'll set the forward to be facing towards the next corner until you finally get to the destination. All right, so that's that. Now we just need to do difficulty. Actually, we can do it here. Ah, what the heck? Okay. I don't like it. I don't think you can do that internally. That'd be pretty cool. Um, a lot better than uh okay. Um, all right. So now whenever we do get difficulty, we will do game manager set data Okay, so now we have two ways of getting to the same information. Up to us which one we want, but we can now in game. Oh, we are in the game now. Do multi. Right, and then in the spawner, heck is a spawn. There, no, world. Yeah, this. There it is. So now instead of tapping the game manager, difficulty there. Okay, so what you're saying now, maybe I should change to do calculate path. I'm not sure what that means. I mean, it's if you're not if you're still calling both of them. So calculate path will of course calculate the path without handling any movement. But if you're calling calculate path every frame, that's still expensive. But it's up to you if you want to. If you feel like you can handle that, go. Not stopping you. If I were to make the guy chase the player, do I just apply like angular velocity? Are you are you you're using a navigate an agent? So I don't think you can't use both a rigid body and an agent on the game object, right? That's not going to work because you're going to get a conflict easily. Like you're going to see very jittery and weird movement. You can't use rigid body and nav mesh agent on the same transform. I mean you could, but then I don't I really if you start saying, "Oh, it's not working," that's all on you. Velocity to so and then or is there a secret better way? Um if you want to, yeah, go right ahead if you want to. Yeah, listen, I'm not stopping you from doing whatever if you want poke the bear, go ahead. It's not me that's going to be crying about it. Yeah, I think this is a good so let's test this out, the difficulty curve for this. What happens? This is normal mode. As soon as it lets me get back to you. It sounds to me like you're broaching into a problem that is one of the things that's going to bring you from the gap between a beginner programmer to a intermediate programmer. And that is something called event programming or event based programming, right? Where you need to, are you already familiar with using system actions and functs and delegates? Or because if you are, that's basically the answer to, I think, the question that you're having or the problem that you're about to bump. Okay, so now what is the spawning looking like? Did it go down? Yep, we lost points when we hit the thing. What is this? Controller? Oh, it's not the road controller, it's the spawn manager. Keep doing road control. Um, oh, that's why. You're silly sometimes. We are silly people over here, but we are. Update. Not have an update call in this? Should have an update call. Up there it is. The bottom. Dun, dun. Okay, there we go. All right, let's give this a. We just forgot to put the method in. So we just need to see these values changing, and I need to see what they're changing. Guaranteeing you like dyslexia kicked in or something. Numbers are completely reversed. That's why we double check. Okay, so this is normal mode. And the numbers are going in the right direction. This high number going up is going to be making power up spawn less often, get faster and further into, going to make the obstacle spawn more often. Right? When we already tested the collision, they work perfectly fine. Okay. So then we can also make little objects that when you collect them will also increase the score. So you kind of want to just like try to get those. Also, there's not these blank areas of 'Well, we found another bug, but I'm gonna call it here. Do not want to turn this into another 8 hour of just like randomly finding pieces of bugs and then making changes that take time. Eight-hour streams are that's a long time to stream. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay, so we're gonna call it here and the next. Um, since if the player is seen, I'd still want him to follow the player. No, I don't know what they mean, but I don't know what they mean, but the system thing sounds. I'm dyslexic, by the way, not really with words, but I notice we process information. Bro, I called set destination once and it still repaths told you. After you set destination, it does whatever it wants. You're wrong. Okay. All right, sir. Um, okay. So I'm gonna call it here on this one. And Nick, do you want to meet on Discord so we uh look at the code exactly what's going on there? Up to you. But I you'd have to share your screen or share your code on your that way I could see it in real time like what's happening and the changes. Okay. Yeah, Llama Academy had does like I think he has like 90 something. I mean, the guy went deep. Went You know how they say never go full? He went very, 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 very full on AI. I think he has like over 80 something odd videos, probably 100,000 videos at this. I have not watched all of them. They're not all I can't say like they're doing stuff that I would do, but once you develop your approach, you've got your approach. But he took a very this is how you do anything related to AI and Unity approach. Let's put it that way. So if that's not the video, I'm guaranteeing you he's got the same results by doing it 15 other ways and made a video about it. Went very, very deep. It's dense, very dense stuff. I cannot sit through most of it. I would love to, but yeah, not my cup of tea. Um, like holy cow, this is fast. Not bad. Okay. We still haven't even optimized at all. Like I have not profiled this game. Let's call it there though. Hopefully this was pretty good for just sharing different approaches to setting up stuff. The use of these static classes for global information. Everybody's going to need to know at some point what difficulty the game is, so might as well just make it a global class and give it access. And we just stored the current difficulty globally. Same thing with like this everywhere. Timers, we just create an instance of it and just use that. We just enabled it, and then as long as the game is running, it'll run update because that's how we set it up in the state machine. Right, we have the running state. So over here, we created an action plan for running. And then we just do change state running. By default, because 0, so this is the ID thing. 0 is first state. Actually, we're going to get rid of this. Say that this should always have. There we go. Yoke. That's it. All right. Thank you guys for joining. I hope that was informative, educational. Hope it was. Okay. Great day. What was that, Nick? Ah, okay. All right. All right, Nick. That's gonna be it. Take it easy, man. You got an epiphany? Cool beans. If you need, if you think that I can be of assistance, if you need help, then just let me know. On the I'll try to be alert to what's happening on Discord. And yeah, 9 p.m. Take it easy now.